the dimension of protection on one side, the dimension of maintenance, the dimension of the future positive exploitation in perspective of blue growth and sustainability, keeping the capacity at the same time of the different instruments to be, I can say, interactive, because otherwise the maritime spatial planning can help us to figure out and go further, respect the single management instruments that in all our countries are in charge of the different maintenance, management, and also connected to the specific exploitation perspective that can be in a different way. And then from sea to land, changing the perspective. How is possible to connect the things? How is possible to reappropriate of the definition of spatial dimension? With many colleagues, integrate the aspect of cultural heritage in a sense that can include both a material vision but also a material value of the landscape that can be considered into the maritime spatial plans in the dimension of the spatial dimension, especially. In the last year, we worked at different experimentation, starting with Hydroplan in 2013, and then considering also the first very base of the preliminary ideas of maritime spatial plans. In the previous phase, in the Adriatic, especially as I see the colleagues from the different countries that have been involved in the different phases of the projects. These are the really preliminary ideas that dates back 5 years ago at least. And then the other experimentation involved with the project Supremes that try to figure out how to provide a spatial dimension to the uses and the different perspective of different components of blue growth with a very variable geometry involve different countries of Med area, including from the side of West Med, but also the side of the Adriatic region, where we started all our reflection, considering the specific aspects of definition of maritime spatial plans. And then the last experiment umbrella also the Erasmus program that supported a program of interaction between, in this case, Italy, France, and master program students of different disciplines for planning, for marine biology, marine ecology, and also aspect of cultural maintenance also that have been developed in the last few years, also produced in the last 3 years. Also producing some ideas and some elements of further reflection, connecting also of the integration of different use combining fishing, aquaculture, but also aspects related to culture dimension and culture aspect. In the next couple of years, there are other experimentation are going to start now as the following the enhanced support of DG Mare and European Commission in general. But apart from this, it's very relevant in my perspective that, in our perspective, that all the different collaboration that we succeeded to open with the different countries and different research institutions and also public institutions that are directly or indirectly in charge of the implementation directive of European can open a new perspective, specifically starting from the discussion of today, to try to combine together cultural heritage within maritime spatial planning, exactly in the perspective of starting this discussion from Athens and from collaboration from Italy and Greece and extended to all the basin of Mediterranean, as also the different speakers invited today demonstrate. I think can be a very starting point of a new perspective that we consider under the umbrella of Maritime Spatial Planning Program, and we consider in the next plans that we are going to finish to develop in the next near future. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Francesco. So we proceed with Harry Kokossis from the University of Thessaly. Harry, please, you have the floor, and he will give an overview of landscape diversity in MSP in Greece. Please, you have the floor.
Dear colleagues, dear friends, and thank you very much for this opportunity to share with you some of the introductory, I would say, ideas about incorporating cultural heritage into maritime spatial planning. If you can just advance this much faster. Yes. So essentially, what I will try to remind is that all countries in the Mediterranean have a long tradition with territorial planning, spatial planning, as we call it. And of course, all countries in the Mediterranean will have also been involved under the Barcelona Convention, the 8th protocol, etc., that deals with coastal zone management, with extending this view of territorial planning into the sea, into the coast, and therefore to the sea. And now we have the challenge of also extending it even further. So broadening the scope brings in additional opportunities, but also challenges. So this is what I want to raise. So if we can go further. So essentially, let's start with what is the purpose, what is the meaning of planning? So planning is about setting up goals, objectives, and of what is desirable in the future, and what is where, in terms of where we are, vis-a-vis where we want to go. And then on the basis of that, come up with actions in a market strategy. That means coordinated actions. And of course, it involves the whole process of monitoring, assessment, and evaluation for review and feedback. So it is what we have learned over the years is that our experience with territorial planning, which was mostly to control land uses and setting up building specifications for on the basis of areas, etc. That is how to deal with private property and public space. We try to see whether these can help us, how can be extended to maritime space. And this has been proven not to be an easy task. First of all, we usually see public space. tools that we have are suitable or not. And of course, it's a matter of managed over the years, as was shown both from IOC, UNESCO, and also from the European Commission, the various examples at the European Union level of how to approach this, but we have to think that this is not an easy task, because first of all, there are spatial particularities. For example, in Greece, we have a very large number of islands, small islands. This archipelago is a big issue, for example, as it will be discussed later. Second is that from one region to another, it was already mentioned as compared to the Baltic, for example, we do not have an established system of long-term cooperation and institutional arrangements that help us to come up with fairly common or similar, let's say, problems from one country to another. So we still have a lot to learn, and this is why MSPMED was useful for us, because we tried to come up with looking at the particularities and go beyond the particularities at the common elements. And then, of course, what we know is that from place to place there are different problems. Case necessarily up in the north, let's say, of the European Union. So there are different kinds of issues and problems, and of course today we decided to discuss and introduce another dimension, which is another aspect, I would say, which is the dimension, is the cultural dimension, which is always there, but is shown to us by issues in terms of what are the proper policy tools and mechanisms to come up with dealing with now with Seascape. Because that is not an archaeological site, it's not something which is frozen and which we have ecosystems are there, they are developing though, they are dynamic, so it's not something that you freeze and you keep it. And now we have more and more challenges to come in terms of the importance of the key sectors for the economies, like energy and also the transport, which is always there, and of course in our part of the world, tourism, which are major forces and create pressures and development. So we have to manage this, to see how we manage this, all these in terms of landscape and seascape, and what is the proper policy context, what are the proper tools, etc. And as change of values. These values are related to what we consider as important for our lifestyle, including the landscape, the seascape, and also we have learned that we have also to open up to new challenges like climate change adaptation, dealing in terms of threats, risks, and dealing with vulnerability. So this is a big issue, and as you see that in Greece, we have already since we're reaching antiquities and cultural heritage sites. I mean, this is a big issue, and a big issue all over. So all these are new concerns, and we have to learn. It's not only that this is unknown, we don't have data, we don't have the data that we have for some areas on the territorial side. So we try to learn, and we try to enrich this perspective and see what we mean by seascapes and seascape management and how we incorporate it. And this is exactly what are the issues we would like to discuss with you today. And essentially, we keep the logic that this is a rational approach to managing seascapes. It is managing means not only looking at long term what planning does it, but also to incorporate the evolution of increasing knowledge and also treating facing the ongoing and the new things that are going to come up as challenges which we don't know yet. And then balancing, of course, as it was said by Francesco, incorporate development and environment, meaning using blue growth as an opportunity to highlight the importance of cultural heritage and deal with that not only on the side but also and then essentially developing a vision. And of course, this is something which is the first session before you. Thank you very much.
Thank you to you. Thank you to you, Harris. So I will now move on, and I'll ask Rocco Roselli Tramutola, who is head of landscape protection of the Italian Ministry of Culture, to come here. He will give us an Italian perspective on landscape. Thank you very much.
We'll start with a short introduction about landscape plans in Italy. The Code of Cultural Heritage and Landscape establishes a collaboration between ministry and regions for definition of guidelines and criteria concerning the activity of landscape protection to ensure that the whole territory is adequately known, protected, planned, and managed according to different value expressed by the specific context. They also define areas with homogeneous landscape characteristics and peculiar aspects, as well as establishing regulation based on specific quality objectives. This is the state This is on the point a factor called the cultural heritage and landscape. The Ministry of Culture has taken part in technical committee for microspatial planning, together with many other bodies, including the Ministry for Infrastructure, UR University, Corella, and CNN. According to guideline, the MSP plans should include in planning process the protection and enhancement of landscape aspects. The ongoing work conducted by the committee has main aim at taking into account the presence of a diffuse cultural heritage, both of the underwater and the sea-land interaction, generated across the coastal landscape. An important part of your work, or our work, has concerned data collection. Phase one of the work aimed at concise yet accurate description of the environmental system and the uses of each area. The result, accompanied by the best thematic maps, has shaped the strategic environmental assessment plan report, which is now at its final stage of evaluation. Central and local office of the ministry have been involved to gather all the relevant information concerning cultural heritage. The data collection through our central office include shapefile of the landscape assets, buildings and areas of notable public interest, areas protected by law by virtue of their landscape interest, coastal territories, zone of archaeological interest, underwater archaeological heritage, archaeometry project, identification of alerts for security reasons, Italian current law protecting coastal territories in Code of Cultural Heritage and Landscape. Article 142, areas protected by law, by virtue of their landscape interests, are coastal territories including a swatch of land to adapt for 300 meters from the waterline, as well as land raised above the sea level. Developed in 1996, CTAP is a web-based tool aimed at managing, consulting, and sharing national landscape protection constraint data. The system is the process of being updated and enhanced. Since 2004, the ArchaeoMed project has been carrying out a systematic survey of the underwater cultural heritage of Campania, Basilicata, Calabria, and Puglia. Our colleague Barbara David will shall talk about this latter. Three small subcommittees have been created with the main committee: Mediterranean, West Mediterranean, Adriatic, Ionian, Central Mediterranean. 45 local office superintendencies and park have been involved in the process of data collection, divided in the three subcommittees. The collect data on landscape assets include data from the regional landscape plans, regulation concerning the coastal geographical area, landscape quality objectives, directives, requirements, sets of restriction of criteria for the evaluation of the compatibility of different use with safeguard of the value protected by each constraint. To collect data on archaeological The collect data on the landscape assets include data from the regional landscape plans, regulation concerning the coastal. The collect data on archaeological assets include decrees used by port authorities for the protection of underwater heritage, protected marine areas, underwater archaeological site, Parco di Baia, Parco di Gaiova, archaeological risk map, protect cultural heritage. A report has been sent from each local office with data, text, source, and maps concerning the activities on ongoing and exploited land, especially regarding policies, strategies, enforce and upcoming plans, in addition to relevant projects. The result of the data collection are shown in the cultural heritage map, which is still a draft version. Here, you can see more clearly the boundaries of the protected areas and cultural heritage site. The object of the plan originating the main maritime area has been extended toward land on the whole national territory, at least for the population. This recent proposal for a new area show the importance of the integrated sea land approach. Regarding landscape, as a result of action and interaction of natural and human factors, the importance of identifying and protecting the specific human activity which take place in coastal area and shape them has often been highlighted by the ministry. This is visible, for example, in the historical terraced landscape, Costiera Amalfitana, Cinque Terre, and Trabucchi, traditional fishing steel houses. Regarding cultural heritage and landscape, example of the coastal walkover system, in some cases dating back to the Middle Age, is especially widespread in southern Italy. Avoid the concept of intervisibility and of the connection between different territorial scales. Landscape and environment can't be regarded as faction, but rather as transversal value, although in some cases, such as archaeological area, a specific use of the term. Our intention is to allow landscape value to emerge through the plan. Regarding potential conflict and challenge, when identifying the use of the planning unit, the ministry has highlighted that sea-land interaction and underwater cultural heritage potential interference had to be carefully examined. By way, for example, objective OS3 regards the development of renewable energy production plants and the particular offshore wind farms. In the case of inadequate positioning of the offshore wind farms due to the dimension of new generation wind turbines, both the view from protected landscape high, even at great distance, and the potential underwater archaeological assets could suffer a negative impact. Another potential conflict is landscape planning MSP relationship. Landscape plans are the current higher level of planning in the Italian regulation. So coming in force of the MSP overworking to rate at discrepancy and hierarchy hold. Issue has been taken by trying to include in early phase all the relevant information contained in existing landscape regional plans and to integrate the protection and enhancement of cultural heritage landscape in the planning process. For example, one of the suggestions for this has been the objective to limit coastal erosion in order to protect tourist infrastructure, cultural heritage, and landscape. Coastal erosion and marine strategy are the object of the two interministerial working party, strictly connected to MSP. Another one especially relevant for southern Italy's coast has been to monitor and limit illegal construction in coastal areas. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Architect Romano. It was a very interesting presentation. And I now ask Gina Naggio, who is representative of the Hellenic Ministry of the Environment and Energy of the Landscape Unit, to come to the floor. Thank you. Speak a bit loud, just a bit.
Greece is a country with the characteristics of an archipelago that extends between the Ionian and Aegean seas and the Levantine Sea, with a coast length of more than 16,000 kilometers. The intense alternation of relief and climatic types from a wide variety of terrestrial and marine ecosystems. These characteristics, in combination with the permanent human presence, the important historical and cultural heritage, starting from the Neolithic era and continuing in an unbroken sequence of flourishing civilization, with the protagonist role of these marine cultures of the Aegean Sea, create landscapes of special natural and cultural value. Thank you.
Let me decide this one. Yeah.
Young Paul Freeland, 2021, in the perspective of Christian landscape, points out that the marine cultural landscape includes the whole network of sailing routes, all as well as known, with ports and harbors along the coast, and an important part is material. The coastal seascape was marked not so much by man-made habitat characteristics, but by natural characteristics like rocks, natural camps, reefs, islands, each one with their own elements, like natural breakwaters, coastal caves, dunes or lagoons, mountain peaks, anchorages, coastal settlements, seas, sanctuaries, and features that have retained their morphological uniqueness for centuries and because when they are spoken about an entity, and here in Greece, as well as in the bigger parts of the Mediterranean, the places were named through the extremely accurate description of their characteristics, their connection with stories and myths, their inclusion as landmarks in a memory-based itinerary, All that with the early literature, the Homerics, which contributed decisively to the creation of the so-called memory-scapes. In these memory-scapes later, people began to build the landmarks that were useful as guides for their setting, but also concern for the future generation. Those memory-scapes appear to have been part of narrative maps used for island and for landmark. In this way, the knowledge of the sea in the immaterial is the immaterial part of the definition of the marine or sea cultural landscape for the oldest civilization of the Mediterranean, including Greeks. The supply of this experience in the collective memory was perpetual and shaped the identity of the Greeks. More decisively determined the identity of the island societies, for which the sea is an experience, a knowledge that surrounds them, isolates them, and brings out their uniqueness. Collective memory is the structural component of the immaterial cultural heritage, and therefore functions as a factor of social cohesion. The collective memory incorporated over time in the generation is enriched by an added stratification of things that constitute creation of the actors of this culture through the generations. Therefore, landscapes, seascapes, and cultural heritage can not only be considered as an economic advantage in tourist attraction, but also as a factor of social cohesion and identity. Among the 13 administrative regions of the country, they have parts of the maritime space under their jurisdiction, 4 of which are the islands regions, such as the Oman Island region, with 14 inhabited islands, North Aegean region, 9 inhabited islands, of the South Aegean region, 48 inhabited islands, and the region 8. A major characteristic of the Greek area is the big number of islands and islets. In the Aegean archipelago alone, they reach about the number of 2,800, representing 70% of Greek territory. This degree, the land's coexistence creates on the one hand the condition of increased vulnerability to climate change and erosion, and on the other hand, creates the condition for the emergence of important terrestrial and aquatic ecosystems. The country is characterized by an extremely large network of protected areas, which includes a large number of national protected areas. The European network of protected areas Natura 2000, and the international protection conditions. The Greek legal system responds with special respect for the protection issues of the natural environment, and in this context, initially included the landscape, connected it with aesthetic and cultural values. The ratification of the Convention of Caution of Europe is the first law to refer exclusively to the landscape. And the Council of Europe Landscape Convention, signed in Florence in 2000, was ratified by Greece in 2010 with the law 47. Next slide, please. The landscape is responsible for underwater activities and material cultural events. The territory of each region was divided into various zones of landscapes of special value based on their characteristics by the future sets, secondary sources, consultation and evaluation. The particular landscapes that compose those special zones were identified and evaluated also. 4 categories of landscape zones were identified. And landscape terrains were identified in the light of respective identified trees. Guidance was given to minimize the pressures that transport the landscape and for management and planning of the highly degraded landscapes. General priority direction was given to zone for the preservation, protection, promotion, management, and planning of the landscapes of each region in of sustainable development. Proposals for actions were given in order to ensure that future development projects will contribute to the achievement of the directions. In the next steps, it is important the specialization of the directions and objectives in the underlying planning at the municipal level, in the spatial frameworks which constitute sectoral planning tools of the first level, and of course in the maritime spatial frameworks which are elaborated as part of MSP in Greece. Next slide. The emergence of the seascape, natural based on this process. Emerged the types of landscapes of the islands and coastal areas of the mainland were identified and evaluated. The need for in-depth study on basis of the guidelines of the protocol of the Barcelona Convention, the ICES and the protocol of the Barcelona Convention, to deal with conflicts of use and degradation pressures of coastal landscapes treatment, mainly by diffuse urban extension and tourist gardening, was repeatedly raised by scholars. Especially for 3 or 4 island regions of the country, the North Aegean and South Aegean region and the region of the Ionian Islands, with the characteristic natural microscale of the elements that compose them, the planning scale 1 to 250,000 was considered of the specific information. Due to the diversity of landscapes and the fragmentation of the island space at different levels of space analysis, from that of the hinterland, individual landscapes often emerge as international or national value landscapes or emblematic landscapes for the uniqueness of their characteristics. The great diversity of the natural and cultural scale is identified as a fundamental component of the coast zone of its marine space. Issues of terminology. The seascapes for the studies made for regions of the mainland and according to the corresponding point of view are usually categorized with terms such as landscapes of closed seas, lagoons, wetlands, and delta landscapes, coastal landscapes. From the point of view of the standards of the island regions, the terms appears more often as seascapes. Next slide. In the seascapes, apart from the uses of their spatial functional structure, sports, settlement, marine productive using shelters, anchorages, the geological wealth of the Chilean skyline, which includes both monuments of wider geological interest, volcanoes, geological monuments of paleontological historical interest, such as the fossils of plants and animals, and quarries of various historical eras and rocks, but also national parks such as the National Marine Park of Alonsos, Northern Sporadas, or Thessaly region, the first marine park in Greece, an area of about 2,220 square kilometers, which includes Alonsos and 6 smaller islands. And next slide. Identically, I would mention that in the North Aegean and inhabited islands or island complexes are characterized according to the Greek legislation as landscapes of particular natural beauty, such as Limnos Island or the complex of Foni Islands next to Italy. These are such archaeological sites, Byzantine and Venetian monuments, a very important category of that monuments including in the UNESCO World Heritage List, such as the archaeological site of the Leon of Samos, with the Pythagorean ancient port of Greek and Roman remains, and then impressive aqueduct, even villas. Next. Even Delos, the Cyclades island, that was considered as the most sacred of all islands, like Limnos, in ancient Greek culture. The ancient freeport of all the commercial activity of the Eastern Mediterranean Sea. There is also the medieval city of Rhodes, in the Pagans, etc. I would like to mention also an exceptional variety of character and location, man-made stone structures, in general. Landscape and cultural heritage are identical concepts to the current imprint of the human dimension. It has been said existing and planned future uses of the sea and their degree of intensity must seek not to disturb and preserve the natural and man-made mosaic of our seas, our coastal and island societies. This should be an undoubtedly important objective in the implementation of maritime spatial planning with an ecosystem approach.
Thank you very much, Zenia. I now will ask Vera Noon, that is Marine Planner Associates and Acton representative. A brief overview from
Okay. So, hi everyone, very happy to be here. First of all, representing my country, and second of all, speaking about a topic that was very dear to my heart, which is learning cultural heritage. I'm not an archaeologist, it's not my specialty, but throughout my academic and professional journey, I found myself always going back to this topic. So, very happy to be here. In 3 parts. First of all, locate Lebanon from the Mediterranean perspective, and the landscape, seascape, maritime cultural heritage. Then I will focus on the Lebanese point of view. I used an example from a professor from the American University of Beirut, who was not able to be here, but I used their slides to present a case study from Lebanon for successful management of cultural heritage. And finally, just a glance towards the future. Before I start, okay, I will not go over these concepts. I think all the presenters before me have very well explained this. Basically, important to divide between tangible and intangible heritage, but also coastal, coastal, and underwater heritage. Something I would like to highlight is the relevance of landscape and seascape with national identities, and they are a living synthesis of people in place. By living, we go back to the concept of being dynamic. So it changes, it evolves, etc. Before I start, I'd like to play a game with you. I will present some photos taken from various countries in the Mediterranean. And in each slide, there is one photo in Lebanon. So you will have to tell me which one you think is in Lebanon, and just by saying A or B. Okay, are you ready? So we start by underwater seascape, a natural seascape, very basic, very Mediterranean. A or B? Anyone? Okay, this one is quite difficult. So yeah. Next is some typical coastal scene. We have some pebbled beaches, we have some karstic cliffs. So which one? A or B? B is Lebanon. A is Lebanon, and this is actually the graphics. So next is another typical Mediterranean ecosystem, the vermiculite platforms. It's a very important intertidal ecosystem, very important for fisheries, but also for me, I dive, so everything unique is wonderful. It's the forest. Is Lebanon?
B.
Okay. Okay, I see that there is a division. It will get easier, don't worry. What about now? Also karstic cliffs, a small bay.
But I'm cheating, eh?
Yeah, but this was not easy either. And now beautiful also species from the Mediterranean. Posidonia meadows, also an endemic rain plant in the Mediterranean. So, unfortunately, in Lebanon we no longer have Posidonia meadows. So this is sad. And well, you learned that you will not find Posidonia meadows in Lebanon, but you will find baby turtles in specific seasons. Next, the local fishermen, some touristic boats going around. Sorry. Now going to some. I think it's maybe, I'm not sure if the date, I'm not an archaeologist, but if the archaeologist can tell us. Okay, well, I jumped on this one. That's fine. I'll try to be slow. Here, we are moving to some agricultural features. So the humans are starting to slowly show their impact. We have orange trees, olive groves, banana plantations. Yeah, we have a lot of olive trees as well, and some of them are by the coast, like the one. Now moving to religious elements, spiritual values of coastal towns and coastal cities. Correct. I think it is here. The next one is underwater features. Some of them are intended to be installed. The others are just, the other one is a shipwreck. So if some of you died, you can tell. B is correct. We do have some underwater museums. I do this because I'm not very convinced, but they're not statues. Some waterfront views, a nice walkway by the beach. The food. If anyone has been around the East Mediterranean, you will notice how much similarities we have. Similarities / disputes over the origins of some dishes. And I'm actually surprised because I went to Greece, they told me, oh, we have this wine, the fish and green thing, I'm like, yeah, I have the same. And that's repeated in many things, even the ouzo, for example. So, very similar dishes, some small changes, but the same delicious taste. Now, salt pans. Salt pans are also some very Mediterranean historic traditional activities. Night scenes, maybe some parties, some festivals by the sea. This is better I think we're almost done. Now, I did not accept this answer. Oh my God. This is the Gauchia. This is the photo that you find in the Lebanon. It's an emblematic, it's a symbol for Lebanon. It's in the capital city, so it has a national value, not only a local one. Here.
B.
The interesting thing is now these two features that are considered more of a local landmark. Like you know that this is in Batman and this is the south of Lebanon. I think we're moving to the last one. This is for those of you who haven't recognized it. This is the crater left by the Beirut explosion. This is something that we see daily. It's a daily reminder of what happened. And the government wants to tear it down. So, on this note, I would like to highlight the importance of heritage values. We mentioned historical, spiritual, aesthetic, social. There's also the economic values, but there's also the importance of which is the sense of belonging, the collective memory, and I think many of them have already mentioned this. But who gets to decide what stays? Who gets to decide if this is historic or not? Who gets to decide if this faithful landscape should be there or not? And this is why a significant assessment should be done in such situations. To set priorities, as Stella has already mentioned, to make management decisions, but also to preserve collective memory or to create it. And this is very directly linked to identity, national identity. So a very controversial issue, particularly the port of Beirut, but it was important for me to highlight because it is our daily landscape. It's something we see daily. It's the heart of the city, and it looks like this, unfortunately. So, on this note, I will move and dive into the Lebanese case study. I'll go over quite quickly over the uses and activities, environmental features, and then present the case study. So, Lebanon, a very tiny country in the East Mediterranean, is characterized by two series of mountains that go north to south, which are traversed by rivers, which means we are quite We have a very narrow continental shelf, and this is the maritime boundary. Of course, we have a dispute in the south, as you all know. These are the main millennium coastal cities. So you see we have quite a lot, and they all have their very own characteristic landscapes, seascapes, and heritage sites. A quick look on the two main commercial ports, on maritime traffic, but also on fishing harbors and landing spots. Some industrial sites and energy power plants, and these are the oil and gas blocks that are future prospects. We are not there yet. We also have, of course, agriculture uses military sites, which is quite important, and a lot of landfills, unfortunately. This is a map of all the protected areas in Lebanon. We have 5 marine protected areas, sorry, the coastal protected areas, no problem. We have 5 marine protected areas. We have 2 of them are UNESCO heritage sites, so something we're very proud of. And so slowly we are trying to include cultural heritage within these natural reserves. And the project, I don't know, maybe some of you are familiar with it, the Maria project, it's maritime endangered archaeology in the MENA region. There is a farm, they're collecting some data on how heritage and these the institutional framework, well, it's not very different from the Mediterranean countries. A lot of ministries, a lot of agencies, no unified plan, no strategy. They're often working in silos, a lot of gaps. So MSP could be one of the solutions to get these guys to work together and develop for the sea and I did not produce this on. She's a social professor, of course, anthropology. She could not be here, but she was kind enough to share the case study. Ministries, foundations, and universities. So this is just an overview. The location of the case study, which is Anfin. Anfin means nose in Arabic, but it doesn't, I don't think this is where it came from. So it's a 400-meter long promontory in the north of Lebanon, and it has Greco-Roman and medieval vestige. It also is very rich in terms of biodiversity, ecosystems, and underwater and above-water. So it's not only a heritage site, it's also a natural site that deserves to be protected. The socio-economic setting, well, we have the salt extraction using traditional methods. And unfortunately, due to government policies, they did not encourage this practice that we were importing. So it really hit hard the local traditional activities. You can still see the salt pans, some of them are active, but unfortunately, it is not supported the way I believe it should be. Another main activity is fishing. Likewise, you can see here that the fishing port is almost devoured by resorts, as you see in the map above. Another thing that is also a main issue in Lebanon. And they conducted a lot of an ethnographic campaign to see the impact of the fishing industry, what's happening, how it's evolving, and how our local communities link to this sector. So these are some technical details on the limit of the land survey and some findings about the site. Apparently, it was a winemaking site. They had like storage, amphora, etc. So that's quite interesting to know. Another thing that they found out was the areas where the boats were. This is important because it indicates how the space was used. It indicates a way of life. It indicates how the space was managed back in the days, but also today. Another part of the project was including the locals. So there were a lot of participative activities, workshops, going to schools, working with local associations. And this helps the community to be more involved and to be more giving and more cooperative. And they also did like a BA on colleges for a day, they worked with children. So I think that was a very interesting approach. And thanks to this, they were able, to create a protected area which is called HEMA. HEMA is not a national protected area, it's more like a community-led initiative. You can find it in many places in Lebanon. So it's the community that agrees to make this area a protected area for natural and cultural purposes. So this was established thanks to these efforts and this collaboration with the locals. Happy to say that it was declared a national reserve like 2 weeks ago, I think. I don't know if it's the exact boundaries, but I know it's unfit. So you can see the impact of this local community building and local interaction. So a list of the achievements of this HEMA, so different activities, initiatives, workshops, training, lessons, etc. I will not dive into details. And there's also a plan to establish an eco-museum. Not sure what the status is. There's a proposed touristic trail. I think this is very interesting because it not only creates, landmarks along the coast, but it connects to the nearby mountains. It connects to villages that are close by, that produce wine, that produce olive oil. So it's really building an entire area of connectivity, not just focusing on one spot. And this is very interesting and almost replicable, I think. So these are some shots from the area. The site was, I think it's not a UNESCO heritage site, it's a UNESCO indicative list, which is also a success. And you can see different celebrations and the space, be it for religious purposes, in the photo on the left, or for touristic purposes. And in fact, we often call this site Anfuerini because it's Anfe that looks like Santorini. So people would like to think they are in Greece. Yes, almost not. So this is very important because, as I mentioned, it's a holistic approach. It gets people to be involved, and they achieve really good results. So, towards the future, what are the risks to national and cultural heritage sites? I think all of you know the impact of climate change, human development, pollution. But I would like to add the element of conflict. Conflict is not always considered in scenarios. Conflict is not always taken into account. And I think we saw in Europe what's happening. There's a whole direction of funds towards salvaging the Ukrainian heritage. And this is clearly an indicator that conflict can occur anytime, anywhere. So do include this in your scenarios. Some existing or previous activities that are relevant. Some of the activities Michelle mentioned them. We have done some multidisciplinary joint meetings to ask people from heritage, science, academia, ministries together. You can find the links here. And some upcoming activities, there's recently a maritime strategy being developed, and they're in the expert consultation phase, which is it's also an EU-funded project, and it's led by the Lebanese Armed Forces. There's also the ICZM protocol from the Barcelona Convention currently being it's drafted as a law, it's being processed to become officially a law, and the Maria project, etc. I think this is it. Future prospects, I don't know. Do we want oil and gas to happen? Do we want these sceneries around our coast? I'm not sure. How about including Lebanon and the Mediterranean cultural roots? The root of wine, the root of olive, Phoenician cultural root, multi-use, as mentioned before, I don't know. So thank you very much. Sorry if I took a bit too long.
I'm going to take photos all this time and say thank you, Vera, just because I'm biased. I want to say thank you, because I'm going to do this myself, right? So thank you, Vera, for the presentation, for presenting the positive aspect of Lebanon. And now we will move to our final presentation before the lunch break. And for that, we ask Mrs. Vesna Maranic, who is the head of service for strategy and other special planning. From the Croatian engineering representation about the Croatian approach to landscape and MSP. So Vesna, thank you, and the floor is yours.
Today I'm going to speak about the operation approach to landscape and MSP, but as a whole within spatial planning for the land and also and the sector. So, first of all, operation as a sector. What the documents, international and EU documents, which concern the landscape protection, and the one is law, then of course European Landscape Convention, which is transposed into the national legislation in 2022. The general operation is the entire territory operation is a landscape. And in both landscape and seascape, and must be perceived as a property of the great inspection to related to that. And I will make a question that information which the term landscape doesn't have the expression land or sea. It would be translated as the image of our surrounding formed by the eye, something like this. So when we consider the landscape in Croatia, we consider both the land territory and the sea area. And of course, this distinguish between the environment and the landscape, that environment is just space, the physical space around us, but the landscape is something that we take emotional. The living frame, basically the frame is the environmental protection and the nature protection act of the protection and conservation of cultural property, and the physical planning act from the field of spatial planning. But these fields are not somehow connected. Their responsibilities and their perspectives of landscape protection are tightly close to their scope of activities. So we can say that somehow all of these things concerning the landscape protection are somehow scattered between the sectors. Not the united one or integrated ones, but scattered ones. So it can be seen from the field of their acting. So environmental protection act focuses on landscape keeping, preserving the landscape diversity. The nature protection act is focused on essential maybe the last one that puts all of this together. The first that all the stakeholders are together and making and deciding on planning decisions, and the last one is when we make the issues for interventions in that space. And also when it comes to the experts, the faculties also it's a nice word to use, but let's say educated the experts effects on the Faculty of Architecture, the nearest to the Physical Planning Act and the field of spatial planning. The Faculty of Agriculture may be the nearest to Nature Protection Act. Faculty of Science, also not to meet the definition of landscape. So the two acts give the definition from their point of view, and the other two have no definition of landscape, but have some measures for their protection. When we talk about the Physical Planning Act or the field of spatial planning, there is an overall commitment to landscape protection in defining the goals of physical planning. So this is the first and the overall commitment. And then this act has a focus on the protected coastal area, which is according to the Barcelona Convention defined as coastal cities and municipalities area. And there are some further restrictions in the coastal area within 1,000 meters, which is called the restricted area. So this is somehow the focus of planning after the spatial planning in this area regarding the landscapes. And now about this landscape protection system in the scope of the legal framework I mentioned. Nature protection, so this nature protection act defines the protected areas, and the categories are mostly in the sense of IUCN, and when we talk about the importance of these areas in the logistic reform, the national parks and nature parks take special places because for these areas these spatial plans are on state level. So there are some the measures of spatial plans on other levels. So when I look at the picture, we can see where these national parks, parks and other categories of protected areas are placed on the territory. And there are three national parks out of 8 on the islands, 2 in the coastal hinterland. And as for nature parks, there are 2 nature parks on the islands and 4 in the neighboring hinterland, coastal hinterland. So this significant landscape, as it is the category most close to the category 5 in IUCN protection system. And it is proclaimed that no interventions or activities that violate the characteristics of the proclamation can be allowed. Also, in the system of nature protection, the Natura 2000 areas are proclaimed. So this ecological network of the Republic of Croatia covers about 37% of the land area and about 16% of the coast sea. And I have to stress out that Natura 2000 is proclaimed for the coastal sea, but not for the open sea. So the open sea is not exploded or exploded as and now we come to the essential question. So what about the areas out of the question? So these areas that are protected under the legislation are somehow in better position because they are maybe not well regulated not periodical guidelines for saving or preserving these areas, but there are present, they are present. But when we come to the funds out of this system of protection, then we always have struggle in the spatial plans. So plans are in a very, let's say, bad position because if you have the investors or the local or any other community, they have their visions of the space in terms of economy or some things like that. But when it comes to a landscape preservation, that is something that is very good, but it is not the priority. And about the agricultural areas, they are somehow spots. They can't be said that they are large areas that are protected. And for, let's say, today's topic, these cultural landscapes are maybe the focus. Okay? And I would only want to emphasize that this phrase cultural landscape is often identified with the historical cultural landscape, just as the terms landscape and environment are identified. No, they are different. And these are some cultural landscapes on the coastal zone that somehow confirm this historical point of view for preservation. And really, it can be very obvious what was the basis for preservation. So this is the situation that we have fragmented and scattered between the different sectors. But also we have some efforts or steps to integration all of these issues and somehow integrate the guidelines and the criteria for preservation of landscapes. So back to Item 7, we made an expert basis for the physical planning strategy, which was somehow the first official and integrating effort to somehow make these guidelines to find the criteria for landscape protection for the whole country. So main components of the study were the identification and recognition of landscapes, then landscape evaluation as the next step, and the third step for assessment of accessibility or threat to the landscape. Foundation from, but it failed to be put so this is the thing that happened. Somehow parallel and also for the needs of developing that strategy, the landscape regions were defined. 2025. Also, as an effort to make the basis for defining criteria for specific areas. This is very sensitive. And then we somehow stopped. And then in 2017, I'm sorry, this number 7 is too much in this year. When we were developing the spatial development strategy, which was adopted in the Education Government in 2017, there was a new expert basis concerning landscapes was developed. It accepted the beginnings from this the expert basis I was talking about before, but somehow made some new efforts and included the new elements. For example, the creation of the technical fund of the EU, some huge things happened. And for the first time, the term seascape was considered in the view of EU legislation. And on the basis of these efforts from 1997 to 2007, the cities and municipalities develop their landscape basis when developing the spatial plans. So they just use the criteria, these recommendations, but again, with the struggle with all the institutions and all the stakeholders in the process of developing the plan. And now we are trying to put all these experiences together and the development of the new landscape basis with public cooperation as it turns the spatial development strategy is in the process of developing. And concerning our today's topic, the seascape challenges, I think there are a lot of them, but maybe I would like to stress some and the crisis, the economic crisis that is on our door and around our doors concerning the war in Ukraine and concerning contemporary events. So, as Mr. Agostini also mentioned at the beginning, is openly closed very, very important. And these are only examples what we see, what we can see in our coastal sea area. For me, maybe the most striking one is the last one, solar power plant of this. So this is really a huge part of the area and landscape. It just doesn't want it. I think so. In view of ancient news, there was also a study of coastal use from the coast and sea developed. So
really fine, thank you, Benson. Okay, so I think now we really should have a lunch break. We're quite tired, so we'll be back, I think, at 2:45, let's say, 1 hour, and then I'll see you at that time. Thank you. Sì, adesso abbiamo un po' di presentazione online, per cui proviamo a... Piuttosto adesso vado, penso di andare a cercare di comprare questa roba da qualche parte. Questo robetto del cavolo qua ci serve. Devo fare un giro fuori, se trovo qualcosa. Proviamo,
Polco.
proviamo se funziona. Sì.
Polco. Okay, so
Folco, can you hear me? Folco, can you hear me? Folco, can you hear me? Folco. God, these technical difficulties. Thank you so much for the mouse.
Ah, it's okay.
Thank you.
Just need to remember.
Yeah, no, for sure. Folco. Folco. Folco, can you hear me?
It works. Thank you for the test. It works.
Nico.
Emiliano, sì, ti sentiamo. Era un test per capire, it was just a test.
Ho capito, non hai fatto una simulazione di quanto tempo ci... Cioè, hai provato a rivedere dall'inizio alla fine. Prova. Adesso prendere il pane e ti faccio prendere. Allora. Intanto farla, ti serve per imparare.
Non la ripeto, no.
Certo non la ripeti, devo sentire come la dici.
Se è mezz'ora, un'altra ora.
No, io sto lavorando. solo. Per l'una, 45 minuti, tra 45 minuti mi devo ricollegare. Tu che intenzioni hai oggi?
Non lascio due. Non lascio due per
Anche resti. Ma quanti ripete stasera? Adesso ripetila da solo. Mangi, vai al rest, adesso lo studio per prenderti con me, alle 2 vai al rest, stai 2 ore al rest, un altro ritmo tranquillo, non la ripeti.
Sì, io faccio, torno a questo
Non so, dipende cosa devo fare dopo io. Non devi andare domani a giocare a basket. Giocare domani a basket.
She's in Split presently, but is
Marina.
Hello.
you are from the sea. You live in Split, you are from the sea, so it's Marina, Martina, Marina.
Can you hear us now? The
Yes.
connection should be better.
Yes, yes, I think it's quite good. So I hear you. But I just heard you now. So would you expect me to share my presentation, or you would like?
Yes, please share your screen and deliver your presentation. It should be all fine now. You should be able to share it, and the internet seems to be working fine. Thank you to everyone, and apologies again for these technical issues.
Barbara, hi, it's Eleni from Digimare. I take the chance to check also if the sound is fine with me, if you can hear me.
It is, Eleni, it is.
Okay, perfect. Thanks.
Okay, so I should start. In case you don't hear me or something, please let me know or somehow stop me. So thank you so much for the opportunity to give this presentation. I'm terribly sorry that I'm not with you in Athens. It was really my plan, but unfortunately at the end I'm online, causing all the problems to everyone. But I hope I will be quite short and interesting. So I would like to just give very shortly the approach from the Barcelona Convention regarding the marine spatial planning, or actually this specific aspect of landscapes and
Marina, excuse me, can you share your presentation, please?
Sorry?
Can you share your screen?
Oh, sorry. Oh my God. I started it, but I didn't share the screen.
No worries, no problem.
Oh my God. I thought, okay. Technology. Sorry.
Yes, that's perfect. Thank you. We can see it.
Yeah. Okay. So just let me start.
Yeah, that becomes full screen.
Duplicate slide. Okay. Is it better now?
And yes.
Okay. Okay. So I should start. So practically to give the overview of the MSP in the Barcelona Convention, but with a focus on specifically on landscapes and seascapes. Usually I always start my presentation on MSP with ICZM protocol, and I'm really happy that today several times it was actually mentioned, because even though in the protocol itself marine spatial planning is not mentioned, how we see a planning of the marine space is actually interlinked with integrated coastal zone management. And what is particularly important in this protocol, the aspect of coastal landscapes is very much and highly highlighted. Also, even in the Article 8 that was not mentioned today, which is one of the most concrete articles for the establishment of coastal setback, where contracting parties are invited to also establish some kind of green corridors or open coastal areas where construction would be really to the minimum. Now, this is of course very much interlinked with the land-sea interaction concept, also mentioned so many times today. And I would like to use this opportunity also to mention that as part of the Barcelona Convention, we developed a new website for the marine spatial planning, where we offer some specific tools to help practitioners in a form of checklists, and one of them is also dealing with land-sea interactions. And here you can see the link to it. It's below this rectangle. Also, one thing I would like to highlight when dealing with marine spatial planning in the framework of Barcelona Convention, like in the EU, we are trying to interlink different policy documents and different policy approaches, such as the new trend actually to very much connect Marine Strategy Framework Directive and marine spatial planning. And this is the same thing we are doing also in the Barcelona Convention system. We are calling this, let's say, MSFD in the Barcelona Convention system, so-called IMAP, Integrated Monitoring and Assessment Program, which is not only for the EU member states, but also to the non-EU, promoting also collaboration and having the same 11, let's say, ecological objectives or descriptors, how they are called in the MSFD, but with one addition, and this is coastal landscapes and ecosystems. So as part of the managing marine environment toward good environmental status, the aspect of landscapes and integrating the coast in the entire approach is very much important. So as part of this approach to interlink the two aspects towards achieving good environmental status, we are doing a different environmental assessments for, let's say, identifying the most valuable and areas with the highest pressure that could feed into the MSP, but also in a way to protect these high environmental values. So I would like to share with you one concrete example tackling this environmental assessment or cumulative effect assessment or vulnerability assessment, how we differently call it, but with the aspect of landscapes that we include in this particular methodological approach. To the case of Montenegro, I think today you don't have Montenegrin representatives, so I would use this opportunity also to share a little view from one of the Eastern Mediterranean countries. So just a note that MSP for Montenegro is not adopted. This is a draft plan that was developed together with PAPRAC and Montenegrin Ministry, previously environment, but now spatial planning and urbanism. So this is the part of the Montenegrin coast that you can see, which only one part, which is the Boka Kotorska Bay. Maybe many of you know it. I use just this short, let's say, zoom to the coast so that it's easier to share. So in doing the assessment of valuable coastal landscapes and seascapes, we first took the information that we have on assessment of landscape that we as PAPRAC did several years ago for preparation of some other spatial plans. We also did an additional assessment of the narrow coastal zone and also of the 100-meter zone, but also the coastline with a view of, let's say, physical disturbance to the coast. I will not go into a number of details, but we did the assessment in identifying the most valuable coastal and marine areas from the point of view of landscape. So practically this green part, this is all sea, this is not land. So the white part is actually land, and this is actually the sea. So the highest, the darkest green areas are actually the areas with the highest landscape and seascape values. What is also relevant is that we use this information, so it was not just a standalone assessment, but we use this information to feed into the marine spatial plan. And based on that, we gave a specific, let's say, recommendation of so-called regimes for the preservation and development of landscape features. So you can see these different green and so on areas that each of them have a specific recommendation for the plan. As you can see, of course, it is focused on the marine part, but also taking into consideration narrow coastal part as well. Here is the link that you can access to the overall study, not just tackling landscape, but also the other aspects of the environment. So you can see the full study there. And this is just for the end. I wanted to show you, this is also one zoom to the part of the plan where you can see all the different regimes together, including those for the landscape, but also different regimes for fisheries, for conservation of nature, etc. Here is the link. You can access to the full MSP and see all the mapping and all the recommendation and the methodology that we use. So thank you so much. I hope I wasn't too long. Thank you.
Just tell me if you hear us, and if you can share the screen, or we have to. But it's better if you do it since it works so well with Marina.
Was it to me, the question? I would love to share my screen.
Yes, can you share it, please?
Of course.
Thank you very much. And thank you for being here, even digitally. Please, you have the floor.
Okay, perfect. So, wait. I'll just make sure, because it's a double screen that I have with me. Okay, so first, again, as Marina said, we have a lot in common, but I think the one thing we have most of all in common is the fact that we both wanted to be there, and unfortunately couldn't come. So thank you very much for inviting me to this talk. My name is Rotem. It's a little bit hard to pronounce, but you have it here. And I'm the Marine Innovation and Development Manager of Atarim, which is the municipal corporation engaged with the management and development of the Tel Aviv-Yafo coastline. Very catchy name I have at work. So just to make sure you see my screen, right? You see the presentation?
We do, if you maybe can make it full screen.
Actually, I'm not sure how to make it a full screen on.
Okay, it's fine.
I'm sorry.
It's just above, but don't worry. Just we keep on. Yeah, it's better. Thank you.
Okay, so what Atarim does, it's a municipal corporation, so we basically belong to the municipality, and we're responsible for the management of development of the Tel Aviv-Jaffa coastline. So this includes all the ports, marinas, leisure complexes, restaurants, coastline, of course, and lately the nature. But before we start, allow me, I hope it will be easy enough, to take you about 1,000 kilometers from where you are to the sunny beaches of Tel Aviv. So I'll share this movie and let me know if it shows well, or let me know if it doesn't. Okay. Did you see it well? I hope you also hear the music. It's a big part of it.
We had some issues with the sound, but I think that the main message of the visual message was all right. Thank you.
Okay, hopefully. The sound is the best part, but I promise to send it to everyone. Okay, so that's our coastline. And until recently, a few years ago, it was pretty clear that the border of the city's coastline was the coastline itself or the waterfront. And then something happened. We obtained responsibility, at Tarim, we obtained responsibility over the sea. So we kind of stopped and we asked ourselves, what is this land-sea interaction? Where does it start? Where does it end? And most importantly, how do we apply in it coastal management? So in order to understand what exactly is this blue space we're talking about, what we did, oh, just kidding, is, this is the coastline Tel Aviv, is we built the first urban coastal zone center, a coastal zone research center. It's called the Lighthouse. In Hebrew, we call it Migdalor, which is the Hebrew word for lighthouse. And we work in two main narratives. The first one is research and development. So we research what is out there, how do we impact the coastline, how does it impact us, the sea, sorry, and how does it impact us? And the second is how do we actually deploy these ideas, and how do we develop models that will actually enhance blue economy and create a synergy between the two instead of conflict. So, for example, we monitor winter storms in order to better understand how a sea condition affects us, especially under changing climate. And of course, we take that into consideration. I didn't really bring here any of the results or data, but first of all, everything is on our website, also in English. And second, I would love to share. I just wanted to kind of show you the bigger picture of what we're doing in Tel Aviv. And then we also have insane ecological monitoring of what is happening along the 14 kilometers of coastline in Tel Aviv-Jaffa. We know every fish by name at this point, and that's how we can assess how do we impact the sea itself. But more important than understanding these impacts is finding the opportunities of how we restore and develop them. So I'm one slide behind myself, but what happened is that after we really learned more about our sea in the past 2 years of our work, is we understood we have this amazing treasure and really a lot of opportunities in the world of tourism, sports, climate, transportation, so many fields to be developed, but we don't really know how is it today we want to develop them. So what we did is we're in Israel. Israel is a startup nation. Tel Aviv is a startup city. We turned into the private sector. We went to the private sector and we looked for solutions for the best practice design of what we would want to see as the future coastline. And we found that there are a lot of really cool ideas, but what these people lack is a market. They don't really know if they should or shouldn't develop these ideas because they don't really know if anyone would want to purchase them in the future and would need them in the future. So what we did together with Ventures is said, you have the idea, we have the wheel, and we have the location, of course. Let's build a beta site for new technologies where ventures like yourselves can come and test their technologies and refine their technologies and have feedback from their future market. And where you can also display your technologies. As you see here, for example, this is ecological concrete of an Israeli company called Econcrete. And this concrete enables us as marine developers to build on water, marinas, wave breakers, I don't know, future islands, whatever needs we'll find, but it also, aside of helping us develop this sea, it also creates an ecological restoration at sea. So this is amazing. And not only these people are able to test their technology, to test the chemistry and the physics of their creation, it's also displayed. here for the wide public and raise awareness, but also to their stakeholders in prime location in the middle of Tel Aviv. We have many more examples of ventures working for us. Again, everything is also in a website, including links to the technologies, the companies themselves. But what is the most important part, a city, what we do, could contribute to the design of this future coastline, of the sustainable development of the coastline. So of course, we saw we can encourage research and we can enhance technologies. But what would be the main impact of what I can do? And that, of course, is implementation. What a city can do is can implement these amazing ideas. And that's exactly what we did. So first, you see here the first, I hope, what is supposed to be very soon, it's being under construction as we speak, the first urban public space and a center. What you see here is a center that will be net zero energy, designed to be net zero energy. And the really cool part is that we're doing that by reliable technologies. So you see here the solar panels under roof, but also we're using, this is a beta site as well for new technologies in solar, new technologies in wind energy, and of course the wave energy that we'll talk about in a minute actually. But that's the coolest part. So we're also giving a chance to more technologies to develop themselves, but this is being implemented. So we're already purchasing the technologies. Another very cool and successful story is a company named EcoWave Power, which had their first pilot at the Jaffa port, where we have the beta site. And to begin with, it was just one buoy bouncing on the water, and they refined the technology and they learned and they had this amazing process. And today, as we speak, we're installing the first 100 kilowatt station that is planned to be connected to the electrical grid in Israel. First time. That is absolutely amazing implementation of a startup that grew up in our beta site, which really I can't be happier than that. And we're just getting started. But what is the most important part of what we're doing? If we want to see results, if we really want to maximize the potential of the city in Tel Aviv, but in Israel and in our region and across the world, it is really important for us to create these important networks. This meeting and this talk is so important to us because what we want to do is we want to spread not our ideas, their ideas, and we want to spread all the models we built about how to really connect the city into the sea, and working with all the stakeholders on the city, working for the sea and having the sea work for us in the city. And that's our goal. We want to maximize the public value, the financial value, and of course the scientific and the natural value. And I would love to expand all of these ideas. We would love to work with you in creating a local effect that would help our global goal together. And of course, to see you across the Tel Aviv-Yafo coastline. Thank you so much. Oh, 1 second, just because I think I have 1 more minute. I just wanted to finish with what was our next video. I don't have results of our research, but what I do have is this beautiful video that we did once we did reveal what was at sea. If you still don't hear the music, let me know because it's.
Yeah, no, we can't hear the music.
Okay, well, never mind. I'll send it all to you. But the point is, we started looking under the sea and found the treasure, as I told you.
Thank you very much, Rotem, and thank you for your passion.
Thank you.
And Steve, unfortunately, we don't have time for questions at the moment. Maybe we'll have some time for a discussion later. So without further ado, let me introduce Edwin Kafkar, who is head of the Institute for the Protection of Cultural Heritage in Slovenia in the Unit. So Edwin is it to you? Can you please share your presentation?
Yes.
Thank you. You have the floor.
It's okay.
It is, please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for inviting me. I'm really sorry because I can be with you in a team, but some higher forces are there that cause this fact. I'm not superstitious, but I'm sorry. I should show you some aspects related to MSP Slovenia from Slovenia. My presentation will show some really short part of Adriatic Sea where Slovenia is, and I show you on the map on the left side. You can see the red almost dot, which show the Trias Gulf on the northern part of Adriatic Sea, and on the right side there is a Trias Gulf, an aerophotogrammetric view of the Trias Gulf, and Slovenian part is southeastern part of this Gulf. This is the map of MSP Slovenia, and shows that this is the really short part of Adriatic Sea or even Gulf of Trieste. It measured about 43 kilometers. And my presentation will show some aspects from cultural heritage view, because we are not the company which prepared the MSP, but only collaborate with them related on cultural heritage. So this is the map which shows the parts of the Slovenian coast which are covered by cultural heritage monuments or sites. In Jadransko Morje, in the Adriatic Sea, you can see some archaeological sites. The map before showing the nature parts. So together you can imagine almost all seaside of Slovenia coast is somehow protected. We divided this heritage on three parts. For nature cliffs, which are totally in nature, there is almost no human impact. Historical cities and cultural landscapes. This is something special in Adriatic Sea, because Slovenian part of Mediterranean Sea is flesh, is almost 40 million old sediment from the sea, which becomes rock, and it's something special, as you can see. So this is totally nature. The other are historical cities, which are all just three: Piran, Isola, and Koper. I show you later on. This is Piran. It's also born place of Giuseppe Tartini, famous violinist. This is Isola, which means in Italian language, Isola means island. So the city of Isola, it was islands some centuries ago, and the same was Koper. Koper is main city in the region, and you can see the
old historic part of the city, which was, as I say, also island, but nowadays there are new settlements and also a port. The third very important thing are cultural landscapes. Cultural landscapes are characterized by a balance of nature and created values. You can see here on this panoramic view of Copper on the upper left side, and in front is you can see the typical landscape, cultural landscape, which looks like this. And in this moment, we came to the very interesting cross between cultural landscape or landscape and seascape. These are salt pans which are totally crossed between sea impact or seascape and landscape. We talk later about salt pans because the salt pans are really important from cultural heritage view. But there is also very important potential which derives from archaeological sites. Underwater cultural heritage is very important for understanding changes in the environment and climate. It supports also studying the prehistoric population of the area and until now, until the way to the present. So archaeological sites are really important for us. This is example from 1944 after capitulation of Italy, when Anglo-American forces bombed or destroyed the steamer, overseas transocean steamer from Italy, and nowadays this part of Slovenia coast is called Rex because the steamer was named Rex. Nowadays there is no iron, but there are some elements which are protected as archaeological monument underwater, of course. So I mentioned already Piran salt pans. This is something very important for Slovenia because salt pans some days, I mean some centuries ago, were the main economy base in our country, because almost all rivers or stream deltas were converted into salt pans. Nowadays we have almost only two of them, Sečovlje salt pans and Strunjan salt pans. This is Strunjan salt pans, the smaller case, and this is the Sečovlje salt pans, which are divided on two parts. North part is called Lera. It's functioned, but on the other hand, the southern part, we call it Fontanice. It's not in function anymore. And that's very we are very worrying about this fact because the Fontanice part are abandoned for almost 50 years, and we try to teach our young people, and of course there are some old crafters who know how to pick up salt, and this is a historic point of view. Everything here is done by hand. So we try to preserve this knowledge and give it to young people who are really important in relation to protection, effective protection of the Seciole salt pans, which measured about 600 hectares. It's really huge area, and now the south part of Seciole salt pans are nature park. So you can see on this photo, everything is renaturated, and culture aspect of the southern part are simply not in balance anymore. So this is very important to make it. And MSP defines some conclusions which are really important for us, because it mentioned also that the abandon of salt works in Fontanice are really fragile in the relation of involvement in space. So restoration process should protect them and not lead to the inevitable collapse of the culture landscape system. So conclusions of MSP defines culture heritage as something unique, irreplaceable wealth that needs to be protected and preserved. MSP Slovenia also promotes the sustainable use of heritage and preserves and permanently preserves protected values and their social significance. MSP Slovenia also promotes sustainable development without endangering future generations. This is very, very important fact and also very important goal. So this is my short presentation. I wish to show you some poetic, I think so, views of this interesting touch between seascape and landscape as we see on the Seciole salt pans. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Edmund, for your presentation. Wish we were here with us today, unfortunately. Right now, we will move to our next presentation here in person. We are glad to introduce Barbara Davil from the Italian Ministry of Culture. She is the head of the Italian National Superintendence for Underwater Cultural Heritage, Marine Cultural Heritage and Cultural Uses. Barbara, the floor is yours. Thank you. 1 second. Also you.
country in 2012. Next one. Well, our goal, our national coordination about the water market, especially in the gathering, research, conservation, and conservation, enhancement of the community, and in production cooperation with the regional services on the protection of and of course, we work together with the central ministry of the department of the Ministry of Culture, and we cooperate with other central institutions in our ministry. The next one, please. We are involved in many activities and projects. I just want to introduce you just to the list of the main ongoing projects in which we are involved. First of all, the National Track of the Study having a general awareness of the agricultural heritage, and especially the interoperability of the national risk map together with all the other GIS of our ministry. And we are also involved in international cooperation in international waters under the umbrella of UNESCO in the SETIMA project. And we are also trying to open and to build links with the regional institution, and that's my budget in Taranto, in Apulia, southern Italy, and there in Apulia we have funded together with the region of Apulia and the three universities of Apulia, the Land-Seascape Archaeological Center devoted to the landscape of Apulia region. This is important for work together in region field. The next one, please. We do also water research and water archaeological research. The most important project is the study on the earlier high-grade project in the Ottoman Channel. This grade was discovered at 780 meters deep, so it's a very deep. We have done the study, the restoration, conservation, and exhibition. In next September, I invite you to our Venice to an exhibition of this grant. And we participated to a European project, for example, the first one, the Criamare project, the Musas project, and it was a project of the Central Institute of Restoration that I designed and I directed before to become the director of this new office, and a new project called Amphitrite, an Amphitrite project, underwater archaeology for all in the digital marine parks, that, as we will see, could be also a good opportunity project in which we can well, the national plan for the study cataloging georeference of the underwater cultural heritage is done during our underwater archaeological surveys or during the restoration in situ of underwater archaeological sites, and these are new photos. My team is working in Italy just in these days, working in the study of the ingresso proprio in the submerged part of Valle, and during the activities we did the catalog, and all this data implement the data of the national plan, space. The next one. Today I want to show you how we used to work in this field to to have the comprehension, the importance of underwater cultural heritage in other countries. We have different tools that we can use to cataloging the underwater archaeological site. The first one is the risk map that was designed by the Central Institute for Restoration. Now it is under the General Direction of Safety of Cultural Heritage. And we have done sheets on underwater cultural heritage. The next one, please. And yes, is that we don't only see the risk of vulnerability of the site. This is a very important data to plan the maritime space. Please. Well, we started, and that is very useful to be used, sorry for the German words, underwater. It's just for a sheet that the diver can prepare very easily. It's downloaded in Italian and in English. The next one. And then learning the underwater archaeological site. The next one. Well, in this way we have scheduling about 1,000 underwater sites. Together also thanks also to two projects called Archomar 1 and 2, directed by the General Direction of Archaeology. I see the times here along the name of our institution. So starting from these first two projects, the same work together with regional superintendents, the data, and to update the data. Some rank after 10 years, 5 years, and has been starting recovering, for example, or they are covered by sand, so now it's impossible to see them. So sometimes need an update. The next one, please. The risk map is very important because we have an interoperability process that makes it possible to represent the areas of the territory as a function of the bathymetry of the sea, for example, to characterize its depth, Geoportale Nazionale, the National Geoportale, for example, and we are in connection with the maritime space planning, so all the data are combined with our ministry are in the risk map. In this way, it's very easy for us to plan the vulnerability of the site and to plan the underwater archaeological site. Please the one. Here, for example, we can superimpose the tsunami scenario. We can see what kind of underwater archaeological site or coastal site can be destroyed by the tsunami, and in this way we can plan of protection or some activities to protect this cultural heritage. Here, for example, here you can see what's happened with fossils. Aggression. It's just like the next one, please. What are the red ones? Some of our site, especially in Italia, where I work a lot in the past, but now also the webs are reformed in this market. The next one, please. And we start to do an interoperability between culture. Yes, and you can improve all the water color. Trivial. It's not trivial because the interoperability is income activities in our countries. Next one, please. So when to work in the maritime spatial planning, we together with our general direction, we want to add the landscape, the coastal landscape, the water cultural heritage, with in the maritime spatial planning in a way that was not a secondary themes of the maritime spatial planning, but it's a protagonist, it's a very important portion of the maritime spatial planning. The next one. The maritime cultural landscape is a result of the interaction between human processes on the coastal surface over time and environment, which includes sea, coastal line, and land. All of you that spoke before me and well described what is the landscape, what are underwater cultural heritage and landscape. So that's why our ministry had worked a lot to increase the data and to give to the maritime spatial place an opportunity to protect our water cultural heritage. Insert other or site not yet, and this is important. The institutions involved with the maritime and it is really having for a new generation, for the future, because we have also send archaeologists to control the construction of pipelines, submarine cables, wind turbines, port infrastructure. Also in Greece is the same in a lot of other countries, but it's not the world. So these are good practices that we have to share with the countries.
or Renaissance wrecks, or the new big portion of cultural heritage, that is the World War I and II, that it became important for us to be protected, and that is in danger because iron underwater became easy to be destroyed. The next one. So we have to protect, but we have to work to manage the promotion and the enhancement of underwater cultural heritage. You know, the UNESCO wants that's when it's possible. So my institution was involved now, but when I work in the Central Administration, I direct a lot of project, European project that sometimes we have done together with the Greek part and the Slovenian Kingdom, and I'm sure that will show you some images from this. That's why I put here by. But we work together to improve the promotion and enhancement thanks to the new technologies. That is really an opportunity also to make a link with the scientists that can work with us. And thanks to the scientists, we can open to the public, we can protect our cultural heritage, and we can also catch the young generation that are not so interested in cultural heritage in general. Here you can see the visit of Valle underwater using tablet. We have done this project in the Blumen project, in agricultural project, and in Mugas, funded by the Ministry of Culture, Museum of Underwater Archaeology. The next one, please. And we have also the opportunity to control, to monitoring the sites and to better conserve in situ the underwater archaeological heritage. So thanks to the future of underwater cultural heritage, the Internet of Underwater Things, as I showed in this video, is very short, but I hope that I tried to show to you. We have done a new way of visiting the site and monitoring the site. Please, the video, I hope that
works. When we try it out.
Before you
A silent and vulnerable place complete.
I can
Yes, maybe
that's I can speak. I don't want to. Together with University of Sapienza and another spin-off of the University of Calabria, we have tested a new system to monitoring the site, the underwater site, using a sensor designed to use you know that underwater it's impossible, thanks to an acoustic system, all the data from the sensor that we put underwater can be registered and sent in the lab and sent in the tablet of the visitors. So the visitor use this tablet using acoustic sensor as a GPS in the same way, and they can see augmented reality and how the site was in the past during their dive. And for the monitoring, this set of opportunities as we can cataloging CO2, the temperature, the environmental data can be useful for the conservator, for the restorators to better plan the conservation in situ of the water culture. Well, we are going to improve these systems and to use in the water marine protected area 5, marine protected area in Italy, thanks to the to share our experience with this culture. We are just not at the beginning of the process in the planning of we are on a good way and we can work very well in the future. So I'm optimistic for our we are optimists too.
We are, thank you.
Thank you very much, Barbara, for your presentation, your enthusiasm also here in Elton, now the water cultural heritage in Italy, and yeah, thank you so much. Right now, we will present our next speaker, Dimitrios Korkomelis. I hope I pronounced it right. He is the Deputy Director of the Affiliate of Underwater Antiquities from the Hellenic Ministry of
Would you like to operate yourself?
Yeah.
We can try. We can try. Okay, if not, I can move it myself. What do you propose? I move it, yeah.
Good afternoon. First of all, thank you very much for the invitation. My name is Dimitrios. I'm not Spanish. I'm a Greek archaeologist and I'm working for the Ministry of Culture in the Department of Underwater Antiquities. We present you the legal framework for the protection and the valorization of the underwater natural heritage here in Greece. First of all, I will do a comeback to explain what is exactly the underwater natural heritage. We are talking about ancient shipwrecks. We are talking about inner water that we didn't hear a lot about this morning, about lakes, rivers, etc. We are talking about coastal sites also that are very vulnerable and they are very under pressure due to human activities. Here you can see an exceptional site near Corinth that was one of the ancient harbors of Corinth at in the next, as well as also more recent ships, aeroplanes that come from the First and the Second World War. That, in kind of summary, is what it is the underwater cultural heritage, including also the isolated items. That means objects that we can find in the seabed, they are not connected with the specific ship. The next one, please. Also, we have to talk about divers and about diving and about scuba diving. And we know very well that since the beginning of the 20th century, scuba diving have a lot of progress. And also, divers and humans can go deeper and explore more and more surfaces that wasn't really happening in the beginning of the 19th century. Is that the second one? Here you can see, probably all divers know exactly this period when Commandant Cousteau created the first breathing of apparatus scuba diving. And also in the 50s, where we were diving almost with the beginnings, not having scuba gear, scuba equipment, and coming to the recent period, the next one, the diver is really an underwater man trying to explore more and more deeper areas with more secure and having more time under the sea. You know very well that human is not made to do and to be under the sea. So all these equipment help me to pass a lot of time, more time under the security. Also, in the underwater archaeology, we have done a lot of progress. In the beginning, just after the Second World War, when the underwater excavation started, really the way that we were excavating was a little bit brutal. Trying to bring up by force the amphora for different sites, different shipwrecks. Or even coming amphoras as they were fishing nets. Even during the last excavation in Burundi, where divers were not using I can speak. So at the Burundi, divers were taking out the flippers.
We need the
You need
microphone for the people who's watching us
okay.
from.
I'm sorry for the people that and even now, we know very well that this image with the diver walking on the antiquities, it's not permitted. And the last slide, and now we are excavating using exactly divers as astronauts flying over the sites and doing really minutious excavation and find exactly the object and the site really precisely. We know everyone, Barbara knows very well that, for example, in Malta, this time they're doing an excavation in 124 meters depth. And that is really half of century to progress and have a so impressive progress in the underwater excavation. So what is happening in Greece? In fact, next one. In fact, in Greece, from the creation of the recent state after the revolution against the Ottomans, the constitution, the Greek constitution, have specified that the cultural heritage in general belongs to the Greek people. It must be protected by the state. That statement of the convention has always been repeated till the convention that we have nowadays. So different laws have been voted by the Greek Parliament, creating the protection not only of the underwater cultural heritage, but in general the cultural heritage in Greece. Also, in this law, there are the last 20 years, we have some articles that are specified for the protection for the underwater cultural heritage. Also, ministerial decisions are specifying and creating the legal framework for the protection of the underwater cultural heritage. The Emirate of Underwater Antiquities have been created in 1976, some years ago. I wasn't at that time even deputy director of the Emirate. And that it was really created for having the protection of the underwater cultural heritage, not only in the coastline or in the sea, but also in rivers and lakes. It was really one of the first European states that was created a specific department in the center of the Ministry of Culture for the protection of the underwater cultural heritage. Next one. So, it's not only the legal framework, the national legal framework, there's also the international framework, legal framework, that is also important. And I was hearing this morning that in the convention, the United Nations Convention for the Law of the Sea, it's only one article mentioning the underwater cultural heritage. That it is really very curious. In international law, as it is an international convention, as it is the Montego Bay Convention, only once it's mentioned the protection of the underwater cultural heritage. The United Nations Ocean Decade, I know that Barbara and Michel Lourdes were fighting for quite a lot of discussions to include only a simple phrase for the underwater cultural heritage. Is that right? Yeah. Exactly. So you can see how the international law don't give a really protection of the underwater cultural heritage. So what happened? The UNESCO in 2001 created the 2001 Convention, where Barbara is now a member of the staff, created this convention for the protection of the underwater cultural heritage. Can we see the next one? This convention that is very important for us, for all archaeologists, for all maritime scientists that are working for the protection of the underwater cultural heritage, is really something that is essential and really very important. They're giving some specific direction about what we have to do to protect and to promote the underwater cultural heritage. So I give you some points for this convention. The next one. So what the UNESCO said is that the underwater cultural heritage is vulnerable and ephemeral. We know very well that, for example, the Titanic, in 200 years, it will not be a ship. It's going to be a one of iron. That is the evolution of this underwater cultural heritage. So what we have to do is exactly to try to protect it and to conserve this underwater cultural heritage for the future. And that's why the UNESCO Convention really insists to that idea that the underwater cultural heritage is ephemeral, so we have to protect it. The next one. So what's happening in Greece? In Greece, since 3 years now, we have the first accessible archaeological site. I will not enter its details details about what's happening to other countries, as France, Italy with Maya, or Croatia, or other countries. It's not really the place to discuss about that. I just want to show you this Peristera at Aloysius, the Aegean Sea site, that it is the first shipwreck of the 5th century BC that is really accessible to divers. The divers can dive there and see the archaeological site with no obstacles in front of them. They just have to dive around, keep a distance from the anchorage, but they can dive, they can see the archaeological site. The next one. In the same time, 11 recent shipwrecks coming from the First World War and afterward, they have been open to the divers to have diving that they can dive there. The only instruction that the Ministry of Culture thinks that is crucial is the non-intrusive dive, that the divers will not have the right to go inside. And that is really the meaning of the protection of the ownership of these ships. Because a lot of these ships, they are owned to somebody. Not only to states, where there are warships, but also to physical persons or to companies. So they are considered as monuments, but we cannot have the right to enter inside. So the ministry decision that recently came out found gives the possibility to divers to surround and to see the shipwreck with no intrusion. They can take photos, they can dive around, they can see, they can look at it, they cannot touch it, they cannot items from the shipwreck, and they only have to go and to see around. These ones are some of these shipwrecks. The Britannic and the Multicala, they're very deep, they're under 18 meters, so it's really for the technical divers. The next one. So I think that the most, coming back to the convention, is I think the Article 2 is very important, where it's mentioned that the accessibility of the underwater cultural heritage is crucial and it's important. But there is also a but in these kinds of articles. The accessibility is the scientists, the archaeologists have to say yes to the accessibility, and that is very important. Every site cannot be accessible. Every site mustn't be accessible. There are a lot of sites that are very, very fragile. So the archaeologists, and especially the departments of the Ministry of Culture, wherever they are, all over Europe, they have to decide if a site is really accessible or not. And I think that this final word, the accessibility of the underwater culture, must not be the main issue. We mustn't work accessible, but it must be the final issue. That means at the moment that we are we have I think this is the future. We are going to see next year a lot of progress, especially in technology. The technology passes much faster than we can follow it. But I'm sure that the next years are going to be crucial for the protection of the underwater culture. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dimitris, for your presentation and presenting everything about underwater cultural heritage. Now we move forward to our next presenter, who is Poppy Christos. Yeah, I give it to you. So she's from the Department of Antiquities, the Ministry of Transport, Communications and Work from the Republic of Cyprus. Thank you very much.
I would like to start by saying that the hosting organization for this. For other ports as evidence across the Mediterranean. As you know, in the shipwrecks, the Lake Bronze shipwrecks always happens from Cyprus. Also in the Iron Age, the city kingdoms of Cyprus, they were predominantly and purposely on the coast, very active maritime networks between Egypt, Levant, and the Aegean. So the continued use and dependence on the sea, combined with our rich history, has in subsequent eras undoubtedly resulted in a very rich archaeological heritage, both on the coastal areas, but also in the Cyprus sea zones. I'm going to also give a brief overview of how the archaeology in Cyprus came. So in the late 20th century, beginning of the late 19th century, who were exploring the Cyprus as a source country, to collections abroad, they were sold to museums. So there was this both studies, administrative and institutional. So in 1905, we see the first implementation of the Antiquities Law. And in 1935, the establishment of the Department of Antiquities. This law did not include maritime underwater control. Because the people, the Turinian shipwreck that was excavated by Dr. Michael Katzek was found by accident. And then in the subsequent decades, in the 70s and 80s, we had academic institutions from abroad doing surveys in Cape Kitty, in Cape Andreas, in the Adamas coast. But really wasn't until the last 30 years that this research has been intensified, I think the introduction of maritime archaeology at the University of Cyprus and the establishment of other bodies such as the Venice Foundation, Maritime Archaeological Research Laboratory, and the Cyprus Marine and Maritime Institute have really been instrumental in the interest shown in the underwater heritage in Cyprus. The coastal areas in Cyprus, as in many other Mediterranean countries, are very popular recreational resource for the country's economy. So it is not surprising that the coast and the seascape are under a lot of continuous pressure for development. In recent years, we have actually seen an unprecedented rise in the development of new ports, new marinas, new fisheries, and aquaculture installations. So this gives the needs for improved strategies and policies to preserve seascapes, and as a first step, we had to revise our law until so the only reference made to the law about underwater antiquities was an amendment to the law in 1973 after the excavations of the shipwreck, where the land they changed the land to real water. In 2014, we had preparing ownership to the government of Cyprus. There were provisions for the accidental discovery of antiquities. This gave the country minister could declare protection zones for underwater antiquities. And the director of the Department of Antiquities could permit surveys and excavations. Also importantly, in 2014, the trade of antiquities was banned in Cyprus. And all these became violation of the law is a criminal offense, with penalties up to 100,000 euros or 3 years imprisonment or death. So in 2016, we also had the antiquities regulations on underwater these were based on the annex of the 2001 UNESCO Convention on the Protection of Underwater Cultural Heritage, but then became a law. So for the implementation of the law, the Department of Antiquities issued a policy document that was shared with all companies involved in the exploration and exploitation of oil and gas within the exclusive economic zone. Meetings were conducted where we explained to the companies what the law what service before they do an inclusive way. And this synergy, since we started in the abundant new data regarding under information. So until then, our archives were on paper mostly, or spread scattered in different archives. So this project, the Cyprus Coastal Assessment Project, was funded by the MSPMED Foundation and Cyprus, basically brought together all this information from archives, from interviews to local communities, photographics, maps, and we created a new database that had a GIS component to be able to manage the data that was acquired. Indicatively, more than 8,000 published papers, more than 200 historic maps were collected and reviewed. And also, part of this project. Yeah, so this is a screenshot of the database, and on the bottom corner you can see all the sites. A total of 214 sites of archaeological interest were mapped. So another supplementary scope of this project was to identify also climatic and other pressures of erosion and accretion on the coastal and underwater sites. within the territorial waters of Cyprus. So with all this standard knowledge, the water heritage, we participated in the Maritime Special Planning Committee. The Committee authority was the Deputy Ministry of Tourism, and the Department of Land and Service had an instrumental role. These are the strategic objectives: blue economy, social cohesion, environmental protection, and governance. Also, when coming up with national plans, special consideration was given to a lot of things, to include ancient monuments and archaeological sites. So, Cyprus was arbitrarily divided into 7 regions, 6 coastals, and regarding the exclusive economic zone. The cultural heritage, identification, documentation, protection, origin, secondary water coastal archaeological heritage, but also the preservation of tourism. Priority was the protection of seascapes. And as you can see on the map, archaeological sites are found all across the coast in every region. So if you look at each region more closely, we start from the western part of Cyprus, Paphos. The shaded areas are Natura 2000 areas. So another lot of research, has been done on this part of the island, with the exception of the Arsenal Marion, which is found in Polistos of course, and it's almost all the city is expropriated by the Crime of Antiquities. So the second region is an important region for us because it has 2 of the UNESCO World Heritage sites. We have Paphos and its anchorage. We also have Nea Paphos, the tombs of the kings, and further to the north, we also have the Onysos, or the Holy Island. So these are the main focus for this region that we need to promote. So going to the next region, here the main economic activities that relate to tourism and shipping. We have the major port of Cyprus in Limassol and the Limassol Marina. There is, I didn't mention that all the coastal regions that are under the British bases were not part of these plans because of they're governed by the Treaty on the Establishment of the Capital of Cyprus. The same applies for the Region 6, that is the areas under Turkish military occupation. So in this region, we focus on Amathus, which is the port and the city of city. And here, recently, a marine archaeological park was established through a project called the Diving Routes, marine protected areas in the Eastern Mediterranean, developing diving tourism network. This project was funded by European here we see Posidonia together with the harbor, and also together with the Greek parties, the underwater, the effort of underwater activities, Capital and Ministry of Culture and Sports, some of the municipality, and of course the project coordinator, the region of South Aegean. So going back, you also see the area 4. This is where major activities of energy, agriculture, and sea are located. Within this region, we have the main power plant of the country and the energy center. There are no documented underwater activities in this region. All areas were surveyed. There are sporadic coastal archaeological sites in mind that we try to protect through the activities law. Region 5, the last region. Here we have tourism and marine transportation as main economic activities. We have the Port of Atlanta and also the marinas of environment. And within this area, we have a lot of shipwrecks, three of which are under research. So those shipwrecks, which is a concept excavated under the direction of Dr. Stella Domestica. And actually, this area is the first area that we have declared as a national monument last year, first monument at sea. These are the other two ships on the Taras and Paralini. They did the Roman period and also researched by Dr. Stella Domestica. The Department of Antiquities does not have an water section, so we collaborate closely with universities. What we do have is the conservation of underwater finds laboratory, where everything that is recovered through underwater surveys or excavations is taken to the lab, whether it's metal, wood, organic, it's conservation. So, as I mentioned, one of our priorities is the protection of sites. So in 2000, and what we saw in Cyprus is this one tool that helps looters find archaeological material. So in 2012, we amended the law to ban the use of metal detectors anywhere on the island except on 10 designated areas. So, but one thing is to promote and amend the law, and another thing to actually implement it and have people follow the guidelines. This is an example of an individual who was found on a coast finding metal artifacts, and after the police approached him, he brought a bucket full of metal objects, some of which are archaeological significance. So, raising public awareness through public is one way forward. We try to inform, educate the public, especially the younger generations, make them develop the attitudes, beliefs, behaviors will be influenced, more respect for the cultural heritage. Activities include meetings, workshops, educational materials, really to the local community needs, so that then they can support us in the fight against the destruction of the cultural heritage. And also on a transnational level, and we are underway to establish agreements with neighboring countries on the protection of cultural heritage in the Eastern Mediterranean. With this note, I wish to end this presentation. We hope that this conference will help us in the protection of conventional systems.
Thank you very much, Poppy, for your presentation. We will reach out for discussions later on. Right now, we will move to our online presentation. Emiliano?
Yeah, one last presentation, then it's a coffee break, well deserved, and then a bit of discussion. Just a quick note, if some of you intend to join our social dinner later tonight and hasn't, do so. Okay, so we make a reservation. You can contact us, or I don't know, even later during the break, just so you can make up your mind. Thank you. And now we will give the floor to Emiliano.
Yes, good afternoon.
Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
You're muted, Emiliano? No, we cannot hear him because we are.
Can you hear me?
1 second, Emiliano.
Yeah.
No, el problema del computer. Not unmuted.
Hello, can you hear me?
There we go. Emiliano, hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. You can hear me?
Yes, very well.
Very well.
Can we ask you to share your screen, please?
Yes, I share again.
Yes, please.
Here it is. Can you see the share presentation?
Yes, please. If you can go into full presentation mode.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay. Okay. I'll try being very brief as I'm the last presenting, and I'm very sorry not being there, and I'd love to be there with you, and even the chance to join the social dinner that I just heard you are organizing for tonight. And so I'll talk a bit about a concept which is quite new, although is really getting interest in the realm of maritime spatial planning, which is the concept of multi-use. Which is a concept that we investigated a couple of years ago on Horizon 2020 project called MUSES, Multi-Use in European Seas. Starting from the definition, so we can consider ocean multi-use as the joint use of marine sources, including the marine space in close geography proximity by more than one use, and by a single user or multiple users. So it's an umbrella term as it includes the different conditions, different situations. And you can see here in this table taken from a paper from 2019, we range from sharing of marine and maritime infrastructure to sharing of the sea space and peripheral infrastructure, and to the coexistence or the co-location of the same different activities in the same place at the same time, or even different activities which are taking place in the same space but in different time. What is important to say that since a few years ago, multi-use was very much intended as combination of our uses, as the way of sharing offshore infrastructure and installation at sea by different uses, typically aquaculture and, for example, offshore renewable energy, wind energy in particular. But we also in the MUSES project investigated a number of combinations which involve the so-called soft uses, so uses which do not require large-scale infrastructure at sea, and in general are also requiring less investment, and they are very much relevant for our Mediterranean Sea, and also for the important implication they have in terms of the landscape valorization and preservation. So what we did in MUSES was to run a full range of case studies, 10 in total, and as you can see, a couple of them are in the Mediterranean, one in the North Sea and another one in Greece, and particularly in Mykonos Island. And I'll briefly talk about the North Adriatic case studies in the following few slides in few minutes. We based the analysis of case studies, of course, on the literature review, study review, and analysis of data, but also on a strong engagement of local stakeholders. And for example, for the North Adriatic case studies, more than 40 stakeholders from different sectors, from different stakeholder typologies were interviewed, that were contacted in the frame of the MUSES project. The North Adriatic is a quite busy region, as many regions in the Mediterranean Sea. When we focus on the coastal area, it spans from, in our definition case studies, from the Veneto to the Emilia-Romagna region, and is one of the top tourist destinations in Italy and probably in the whole Mediterranean Sea. Other activities which occur in the region include fishery, of course, with a strong local tradition, also in terms of cultural tradition and in the area, but is a kind of sector which is suffering seriously in terms of economic importance, and is also quite diverse. It includes small-scale fishery, trawling, clam fishing, and other activities which are occurring in a smaller percentage. It is also the most productive Italian areas for aquaculture and specifically shellfish aquaculture, with still great potentiality to further develop this activity. And of course, there are a range of other activities which are very important, including definitely shipping, considering that in these two regions, there are some of the most important ports in the whole Adriatic Sea, like the one of Ravenna and Venice, and also in the southern part, some oil and gas platform, mainly now working or exclusively working in terms of gas exploitation. So the question we started from is how tourism, which is a top economic activity in the area, can be a driver for soft new multi-use combinations. So combination of so-called soft uses in the area, and how the development of sustainable and experience-based tourism can can try to solve some of the typical problems tourism is affected by in the area, but say in general, like need of diversification, seasonalization, and innovation and integration of the touristic offers, and also how the tourism activity provide benefits for other sectors. So the other sectors we consider in the multi-use combinations are, of course, fisheries, aquaculture, and protection of the marine environment, and preservation of the underwater cultural heritage sites. For all the four combinations we consider, and we also shall take in consideration that some of them are even occurring together, so involving more than two sectors. Well, for all these combinations, preservation of the landscape is a fundamental asset, as this kind of tourists, which are attracted by experience-based tourism activities, are very much attracted also by pristine environment and well-preserved landscape. In the few minutes before ending my presentation, I'll focus a bit more on the combinations involving underwater cultural heritage sites, of course, and the environmental protections, which are strictly related. So the first one is tourism and environmental protection was defined together with the stakeholders involved in users project as the development of tourist activities inside protected areas. But not only, there are a range of habitats and ecosystems in the Northern Adriatic, which are still of great value in terms of environmental assets and are not protected, which would benefit quite consistently from sustainable co-management and also the inclusion of sustainable tourism activity. Here, I'm referring, for example, to the rocky outcrops, locally known as the Tenue, in front of the Veneto region, which are quite unique habitats, benthic habitats in this area, and can potentially attract divers and therefore a particular segment of the tourism business. And we try to analyze how tourism can generate economic resources for environmental protection in the area. The second combination between tourism and underwater cultural heritage is perceived as the development management of tourist activities on some of UCH sites, which in the area are mainly wrecks. Of course, it has been quite stressed significantly by previous speakers. The sites where these can be allowed depend very much on their archaeological cultural value and their real vulnerability. So they have to be carefully considered and identified through a proper risk assessment to avoid putting some precious underwater cultural heritage sites at further risks. So the multi-use in this case aim to improve the valorization of these underwater cultural heritage sites, enabling divers to go into those sites, as some of the quick experiences previously presented clearly highlighted, and provide a way of co-management to improve to diminish the risk of damaging and looting through a co-management and co-protection of the sites. Those thus involving also the tourist operators and the divers operators. We also investigated another specific multi-use opportunity, which is particular for this area. It is linked to the commissioning of oil and gas platform. I said before that in the area, oil and gas extraction, and specifically gas offshore extraction, is an important activity. Indeed, it's became quite many decades ago, and there are a number of platforms which are obsolete and have to be decommissioned in the next years. Of course, the standard way of the commissioning of oil and gas platform is simply to remove them and take them to the land. There are other possibilities which include the reuse of the platform for a number of reasons that could be linked again to the tourism activity, but also to the production of offshore renewable energy. And another way is the so-called ring to reef. So it's to remove only the part of the platform which is above the sea surface, leaving in the one below the sea surface in place and transforming it to artificial reefs. And that's the case of the Paguro platform, which by an accident, actually an explosion, became a reef, explosion that occurred many years ago in the 60s. And after colonization of benthic species, benthic community and pelagic communities, has become a very precious environmental site, which is also now a Natura 2000 site and attract a wide number of divers every year with an important economic revenue for the local community. So this could be a model to take in consideration to manage part of the platforms, offshore platforms of the area, and encourage the multi-use development between tourism, environmental protection, and somehow also underwater cultural heritage site, if we do consider this as remaining of an industrial activity which has some history culture in the area. We, of course, investigated barriers and other values. I'm here representing for brevity, for not using too much time, only some of the added values which were pointed out by the stakeholders. These include the diversification of the tourism offer, not only in terms of different opportunities, different offers of experience-based tourism, but also in terms of tourism activity, which can also distribute along the entire year and not concentrate all in the summer period. They provide opportunity for the creation of new and specialized job opportunities, and hopefully it should provide economic resources for environmental protection and preservation of underwater cultural heritage sites. And hopefully it should provide ways of co-management and co-monitoring of protected areas and underwater cultural heritage sites, those, as I said, involving also tourism actors in the process of co-management of these sites. Some conclusive remark. we shall say that the current status of development of these two combination of uses is quite in the Northern Adriatic Sea, is quite fragmented and localized in few, not structured initiatives, so that there is really space and maybe the need to work in structuring them in a more framed way. From an economic perspective, it came out that the development of a single multi-use among the four we consider might not have the strength to attract consistently a different tourist demand. So that there is really the need to integrate all the alternative touristic offers, all the alternative combinations we have explored all together in a way of providing a sort of package of experience-based and sustainable forms of tourism from the Northern Adriatic Sea involving the four sectors. Also because some of the tourists involved in one of the four sectors we consider might be interested in the others. And that we think, I mean, that in the stakeholder analysis and the stakeholder involvement, it came out that the implementation of the new in the area could contribute to reach some of the most relevant objectives of the tourism sector. As I said, the widening of the tourist season, the provision of high quality touristic offer, promotion of local products, for example, linked to fishery and aquaculture, and providing also benefit for the other sectors. And quite important from a Land-Sea perspective, this can very much combine to activities occurring on the land, as for example, virtual visits to some of the OCH sites which are more vulnerable or more precious and cannot be used for diving, giving opportunities also to non-divers to have access virtually to these places, linked to land-based museums or center working for marine species conservation, as for example, those on turtles and OCH protection and preservation. And thank you very much for your attention, your kind attention.
Now we'll have a very short break. We try to be here at 5:10, so maybe very short, but I see that all of us need a bit of coffee. And then we'll have a short discussion and then close this very intense day. Thank you. we have we have a slight change of program because we'll have Eleni Tsiani from DG Mare delivering comments from DG Mare. So Eleni, please, you have the floor. Thank you for being here.
Good afternoon from Brussels. I hope that you can see me and you can hear me. Is that the case?
Yes.
Okay, so thank you very much. Thank you very much for inviting me, first of all, and DG Mare in the conference today. And let me apologize that I was not able to travel and to meet you in person there in Athens, and in such a beautiful place the conference is being organized. We are very pleased to see that the approach of the project of the conference today is the sustainability in the blue economy sectors, by focusing on the maritime spatial planning as a key tool for achieving this. And this is because it is time to reconcile economic recovery with environmental protection as well. It has been mentioned by many of the speakers so far during the day of the conference. We need to make sure that every aspect of the recovery shifts the focus from more exploitation to sustainability and resilience. So, which is very important. This is very important as the blue economy encompasses all activities related to the oceans, the seas, and the coast, whether they happen either directly in the marine environment or on land. And according to the most recent figures of the Blue Economy report, European Commission is publishing every year, we are very now aware that the established sectors of the European blue economy directly employed millions of people, and they are generating around billions in turnover and in gross value added. So, as we know, and as it has been mentioned earlier, the European Green Deal calls for a such climate neutral, resource efficient, and also competitive economy. And the new communication on sustainable blue economy published by DG Mare last year can help towards this dual challenge by putting the maritime activities on a sustainable path. And this is because this new communication is setting a vision for a transformation along the Green Deal's axis of decarbonization, of zero pollution, of circularity, of biodiversity, and also climate adaptation. And because this communication identifies concrete, let's say, transformation paths for public and for private initiatives, for traditional and for emerging sectors as well, to reach that vision. So, as you know, in May 2022, the Commission published its first report on the implementation of the Maritime Spatial Planning Directive. And this report takes stock of how the member states implemented minimum requirements for maritime spatial plans, their overall objectives, and the ecosystem-based approach they have presented, the land-sea interactions, the identification of the spatial and temporal distribution of activities, and also of the uses at the seas. But also this report looks at the national maritime spatial planning processes, how, for example, is taking place the stakeholder involvement and the public participation as well, how the member states are using the best available data and how they share this data, and how this is reflected on the cooperation among different member states and at the sea basin level, including also the third countries. For example, in the case of the Mediterranean, including the non-European countries, and in particular, the South Mediterranean countries. So, engaging the key stakeholders in marine spatial planning development is essential, as the development of the maritime spatial plan should reflect the positions of as many stakeholders' expectations as possible. And involving the coastal communities in order to reach social acceptance is also a key aspect there. And the integration also of land span criteria into national plans can help to gain the social acceptance. But apart from that, we encourage all member states, those which have a maritime spatial plan already and will have to revise it, and those which are still working on their first plans, to make use of the recommendations of European Commissions and in particular the DG Mare report, notably in terms of land-sea interactions, of stakeholder involvement, and of public participation. but also as our economic activities at the sea and around the sea obviously have a broader dimension than at national or even an European level. The new model of development in the blue economy sectors requires a territorial approach and a cooperation. And in the case of Mediterranean, to take stock of the regional cooperation, of the sea basin approach, of the macro-regional perspectives, like, for example, in the case of the European Strategy for Adriatic Ionian Macroregion, and also in particular in the western part, the Western Med Initiative, and also the UFM framework cooperation in the concept of the Ministerial Declaration of Sustainable Blue Economy, which reflects the political commitments on behalf of the Mediterranean countries to cooperate and to join their efforts towards this direction. Also, the European Commission is supporting the cooperation among the countries and in particular among the regions for the establishment of interregional partnerships through the implementation of the smart specialization strategies. And that is the reason why DG Mare now is in cooperation with DG Regio is setting up a new thematic platform on smart specialization and sustainable blue economy, focusing on 5 topics: the aquaculture, the fisheries, the coastal maritime tourism, the marine and renewable energies, and the biotechnology. And from these topics, which actually have found to be in the agendas of the smart specialization strategies of more than 40 regions in the Europe, we understand the significance of the maritime spatial planning as a key tool for balancing all these uses at sea on an ecosystemic approach. And indeed, maritime spatial planning, as stressed so far in the conference, and in particular of the concept of this project, is a key aspect when speaking for the sustainable coexistence of those activities at the sea, while the innovation can play, let's say, a key role for delivering this. The new European Maritime and Fisheries and Aquaculture Fund will play a key role coupled with the other European funds, such as the Horizon Europe and the mission on how to restore the ocean and waters, and in particular for the Mediterranean, the lighthouse on preventing the marine pollution. So, DG Mare is inviting the countries and the regions to take the benefits of all these funding opportunities by focusing on synergies among them. And we are pretty sure that there is already a very good ground of progress and of cooperation, clearly reflected also during the interventions in the conference earlier today. So thank you very much again, me and DG Mare for intervening in your conference, and my colleagues are looking also together with me on the conclusions of the conference and see how we contribute together in the near future for the implementation of all those deliverables expecting for the sustainable development of the maritime sectors, for which, as clearly stressed, maritime spatial planning is a key tool with a specific and a very significant key role. So thank you very much, and I wish you the best results and conclusions for your conference today. Many thanks.
Thank you very much, Eleni, for your intervention and your closing remarks. Right now, we will end with an open discussion all together. I invite Francesco, the floor is yours.
Would be very useful also to imagine how to continue after this day that they are so relationship with cultural heritage.
So I would like to simply open the short allowance perspective, just like that, because out there, it's with the system. Opportunity, and of course, it is very important to see how already sharing is very important. That's why how does it move protection? Also, we know traditional activities. We know more positive concepts. So, is there something that you would like
It's more of a comment about today, and it's about the double nature of the things. The graphic on
This is better, yes.
on one side, the plan is made of very complex scientific data, multiple analysis, many levels. And then there is a very poetic side to so I remember the title of the book, which is Europe of the Sea by Michael Van, where he describes when the sea becomes something like valuable for people. And I think to keep in mind also all the artistic and the memory scales which were mentioned before, it's something which is like something area for everyone. But then, as you said, landscape is always quite fragile aspect of things because one needs every day to redefine what is landscape and how it changes and how it can change without being destroyed. And so one thing also that we were talking about earlier over lunch is how the process, which is necessarily very complex and long, should somehow manage to orient transformation and not to follow it. Because I work at the Ministry of Culture, and we work on the environmental impact assessment, and we already know that many projects are coming into evaluation, and they're going to change the situation. So if that is come first, it will be maybe too late for some.
Actually, right, because the problem is that change comes very, very fast. These changes are moving very fast. Also, it's issue nothing what we remember and what we need and what we see as evolving. So we try to see how we want to. We're not sure that's a discussion. That's why we're discussing
Let's see. Mettiamo sul
It's been a very, very interesting meeting, and I would say that, in my opinion, we should try to work sharing structures, trying to answer the common questions. So, sharing the needs, how. But also the question, first question for ecology is how does a big cost in terms of money? Because we know very well that ecology and ecological living in the agriculture level is very expensive in terms of costs. So we have to try to plan a strategy. So we need money. Yes, of course. Yes, of course. Money is important. Of course, we have to plan and we have to study the landscape and the underwater landscape. Because the landscape is one. The coastal and the underwater landscape are the same. We have to study and to protect. We don't have to protect. This is, I believe, that
line is the landscape, again, part of the landscape is for the coast and underwater and the use. And so it's important to study, of course, to study to do the explanation, but also to improve the protection of it. For example, usually we have different, I don't have time to speak about this, but probably tomorrow together with the great colleagues we can improve this team and matter. And we can protect the water with thanks to government cost ordinances or thanks to constraints that is used legislative tools that is used on the land and underwater. But it's not so used so often, and so we have to think about this because if we don't protect in also in legislative way, we risk that this could be attacked by our activities that are so the right of personal and it's very useful to start to develop a modality to protect the heritage, but after that, I think the Ministry of Culture had to think a better way to enter deep in this activity and protect using so, I wanted to ask about the nucleus and educational material. I didn't mention it, and someone yes. So I think both of you mentioned education initiatives. As you know, I work a lot on social literacy. We work with students directly. We have coalition and we have established a network of two schools. So I wanted to ask if perhaps you can with links to the relevant educational material and if you would be interested, I don't know if you work directly with schools, but to join this network of schools and another so this is one. And I wanted to ask the underwater the last three speakers. So we're talking about the impacts of activities on underwater cultural heritage. What about the impact of this I don't know, excavation techniques, the issues of excavation on the marine environment? I don't know because I know you're relevant in they affect the benefit system. And I wanted to ask about things needed for creating sorry, I don't remember who spoke about it. Creating the 3D underwater videos. So what kind of expertise needed and what is missing so we can exploit it. Yeah.
Biology when it's so what crimes, what crimes because it's evolves over time. And so what was a relative
Now you can hear from the television. Yeah, the television.
Okay. No, I just want to spoke answer about the reaction of the normal explanation to the in general to the marine environment. It's now, it's really now. We are the excavation, especially the shipwreck, is really very local excavation, and it's also living. So the problem affection to the marine environment is really very short. No. It doesn't. We have we've done a kind of some measurements to the excavation that I'm doing at Kibra, and really it's very local. It's not really affecting anything, either fishes or Poseidon or other. No, there's nothing big reaction. But I don't know if you are doing an excavation in huge scale, but if you have the money to do a huge excavation, you have also the obligation to protect the environment.
And about the last convention, I want to say that this convention is not to protect everything and to, as we say, to force it. Just to do, but in a way to take into consideration the values of the people. And as we say in French, not to accuse the chicken is more than anything. Because on the territory, we have so incredible values of cultural education, landscape itself as a value, and sometimes to recreate it should be impossible. We have this concept in the law of irreversibility. If we destroy it, it's impossible. It costs a lot of money, and how to do in a very wise way. And in a more sophisticated way, we can consider it in a way that it should be considered, and also considering the democracy. We want people living in the territory. This is the idea of the work. And in the past, we took reference of Italian provision of the law that said that each government must enhance the quality of the content and not diminish. But I think for me, because the real process and it's not in the configuration of the content discussed. And this idea is I think good. It's something that we know. And of course, we need developments with something that content in ways.
Why I am optimistic. If you ask us, I'm optimistic, yes, we are. This comes from the idea. There is also another concern. I'm optimistic because this idea that we hear that we asked 1 year ago, and we went properly, and I'm quite satisfied with the level of unity that we found in this first conference. Of course, we have to do more in this. I think that some of the years we should reflect a bit and try to came out with some more structured proposal or idea. but I'm satisfied. And I also because it's the time. I mean, any kind of security as a time is not an independent value, because the things go on. And I believe that today, for a number of reasons, that is our work to and we are forced to go faster. No? So, and we must go faster because of the energy, usually because of the different because of the technology. The technology is increasing. We have to use the technology also for security. But security does not mean do anything, but do something. And also on the landscape, the conventional is the planning the landscape. Now we can plan the landscape with more technology. We can know what are the needs. We have these virtual things that will allow us to see new landscape in advance before building that. I think that this gives us some opportunity to do that. We have not, we should be brave enough to test the new technology, both on the water, that we are recommending, but also over to see what can be the new landscape that we are building. Also, we also get the wind energy. The wind energy is something which is free. It's not CO2. Also, you need to do something somewhere, no? Also in the land and in the sea. It's not means that we have to oil there. You have to put them in the proper places, considering what happened. Now we can, we have, and this is something that at the end of the last year, that has been decided by the person, which is a voluntary development that we are doing. So it's voluntary that we address in one sense or in another. We have to do it now. We cannot wait for other people which are planning our own landscape. So it is, I believe, in the duties, if I may say before, of Ministry of Culture, say we must, in this direction, we must go in this direction, which is not only don't do that, don't do that, but do in this direction. And I believe this conduct to the what we are looking for. And as far as we can, we have to support the idea with the new project. We are hoping to run another project next year. So I hope to be able to have that as well as next year for discussion with you about this matter. Thank you.
Otherwise, and keeping some ideas more working more dedicated to research on why there's a side of the direction of implementation. Here is that we imagine today from perspective and I think it's a statement to countries and now also the centers as a whole and think already the capacity of implementation of the inclusion of the cultural heritage.
Next step was dinner.
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 It's your view, esatto, exactly. I have. I can see.
Yes, the dinner is still new restaurant. It's about 1 kilometer walk distance from here. It's very nice walk distance. It is at 8:30. Okay, so we see you there.
Can you repeat the name of the restaurant?
It's
Email. You should have received. Yeah, you should have received an email.
Ah, where it is. Barbara's confused. No, aspetta. You have to stop Zoom. You have to stop Zoom. Vabbè, abbiamo chiusi così brutalmente. Vabbè, scrivi. Non si vede. Vabbè, basta. E via me, basta, Fabio. Boh. Aspetta, forse possiamo fare così. Metti,